How about with the simple stuff? We'll learn what a foodborne illness is and about the things that can make people sick. We'll talk about biological hazards, chemical hazards, and physical hazards. And you'll also learn the 5 common behaviors that cause foodborne illness. Starting to think this all sounds a bit obvious and basic? Well, it is. But when these basics are done incorrectly, bad things happen. Take a look at this story.
A young boy got sick after eating at a local restaurant. Health officials investigated and determined that the boy, who ordered lemonade with his meal, was somehow served a drink with bleach. How could that happen? Apparently, an employee decided to clean parts from a soda machine by soaking them in a pitcher of bleach water. But when the server saw the pitcher, he thought it was lemonade and poured it into the boy's glass. Luckily, the boy recovered after being sent to a local hospital. But the boy's family is now in the process of taking legal action.
Yikes, right? It's a huge problem that knowing the basics could have prevented. Here's a question for you. Have you gotten sick from something you ate in the last year? No? You're really lucky. Here's a question for you. Have you gotten sick from something you ate in the last year? Join the club. Every year, 48 million Americans get a foodborne illness. Let me tell you what I mean by that. Foodborne illness is a disease that is transmitted to people through food. Simple, right? Everybody knows that you can get sick from eating something that's gone bad, but it's not quite that straightforward. There are 3 types of hazards that can make food unsafe and cause a foodborne illness: biological hazards, chemical hazards, and physical hazards. Biological hazards are often so tiny you can't see, taste, or smell them. They include bacteria, viruses, parasites, and fungi. And trust me when I say they're not as cute as these little guys in the dog. These forms of life are everywhere. Many are harmless, but some, called pathogens, cause illness. Chemical hazards are caused by, you guessed it, chemicals that are not used correctly and end up on food. I'm talking about things like cleaners, sanitizers, and polishes. And finally, we have physical hazards, a broad category. Some physical hazards occur naturally in food, such as bones and fillets or fruit pits. Other kinds of physical objects become a hazard when they fall into food. Stuff like glass, metal shavings, staples, dirt, jewelry, and bandages. Just thinking about it makes me feel a little sick. For bandages specifically, some operations have employees use brightly colored ones to cover wounds. This makes the bandages easy to spot if they drop in food, though it's admittedly no less disgusting. So now you know what the hazards are, but you know where they come from? Pretty much everything. Air, soil, water, and animals are all culprits. Also responsible, dirty surfaces and incorrect food handling. But that's where you come in. Foodborne illness is almost always preventable if you know how to work safely. Okay, that was a lot of information. Want to put it to use?
Take a look at these photos and pick the one that shows a physical hazard. Yep, that's right. This picture shows a naturally occurring physical hazard, fish bones. Now, choose the photo that shows a chemical hazard. That's right. Those chemicals could get onto the food. That's a chemical hazard.
Sometimes the things people do can make food unsafe. Let's take a look.
There are 5 mistakes that can make food unsafe and cause a foodborne illness: purchasing food from unsafe sources, poor personal hygiene, cross-contamination, time temperature abuse, and poor cleaning and sanitizing. Let's start with the first mistake: purchasing food from unsafe sources. If there's a problem with food when it's delivered to your operation, there's nothing you can do to make it safe later. Because of this, purchasing food from safe sources is critical. Here's the good news. Usually, this is the manager's responsibility. So let's talk about the mistakes you can do something about. Like the second mistake, poor personal hygiene. Yep, we're going there. Poor personal hygiene occurs when you're transferring pathogens from your body to the food. There are several ways this can happen. One of the most basic is when you touch your body and then touch food. Sounds straightforward, right? But poor personal hygiene is the most common cause of foodborne illness outbreaks in restaurants and food service operations. It's the food service industry's version of only you can prevent wildfires. Only you can prevent foodborne illness by practicing good personal hygiene. Cross-contamination is another practice that can make food unsafe. This is when pathogens are transferred from one food to another, like when raw chicken is allowed to touch food that is ready to eat. Say hello to salmonella. Cross-contamination can also happen when one surface touches another and pathogens are transferred to that surface. Another problem is time temperature abuse. This is when food is allowed to stay too long at temperatures that are good for pathogen growth. You know, like that milk carton you forgot to put in the fridge before going to bed that one time. And finally, the last mistake people make is poor cleaning and sanitizing. When surfaces that touch food are not cleaned correctly, pathogens can be transferred to food. Starting to wonder why we don't get sick from foodborne illnesses more often? Don't worry. It may seem like there are lots of ways to make food unsafe, but once you understand what the dangers are, it's easy to avoid them.
There was a lot packed into that. So let's take a minute to go over it. Which of these is an example of time temperature abuse? You got it. You can't leave milk sitting out at room temperature. That's time temperature abuse. Now try to find the photo that shows cross-contamination. Exactly. Pathogens could be transferred from the chicken to the lettuce because they're being cut together. That's cross-contamination. How about these two photos? Which one is a hygiene no-no? No doubt about it, coughing into your hand while serving food can contaminate both the hand and the food. Don't do it. Okay, last one for this section. Pick the photo that shows poor cleaning and sanitizing. Good catch. To correctly clean and sanitize a knife, you should wash it in the sink, not just wipe it off with the towel. All right, now that you know what the hazards are, it's time to learn how you can prevent them. As a food handler, it's your job to keep food safe. Hazards are everywhere, so you have to keep your eyes open for the possible problems and follow a few simple practices.
First, don't transfer pathogens from your body to food. Yes, scratching your nose counts. Second, don't let food stay too long at temperatures that are good for pathogen growth. Get it in the cooler before moving on to another job. Third, don't transfer pathogens from one surface or food to another. Keep things separated. Fourth and last, keep everything clean. That's pretty easy to remember, right? And clean and sanitize anything that touches food.
That's it. We've just got a few multiple choice questions, and you're all done with this module. What's the definition of a foodborne illness? Boom, nailed it. A foodborne illness is a disease that's transmitted to people through food. A metal staple dropped in food is both scary and an example of which kind of hazard? Right you are. A metal staple in food is an example of a physical hazard. Nice job. Thawing raw chicken breasts on a prep table is an example of what? Not. Thawing raw chicken breasts on a prep table is an example of what? Actually, thawing raw chicken breasts on a prep table is an example of what? That's right. Thawing the raw chicken at room temperature is good for pathogen growth. That's time temperature abuse. Who knew? Well, you, I guess. Okay, so now we come to everyone's favorite part of the course, personal hygiene. It may feel weird to talk about it, but hygiene mistakes can cause big problems with food. So how can you keep food safe? Learn the correct way to wash your hands. Yeah, you heard me right. That thing you've been doing since preschool, washing your hands may seem like a no-brainer task, but way too many of us do it wrong. We're going to teach you how, when, and where to wash them. Also on the docket, learning how to care for your hands and fingernails before handling food, how to use gloves correctly and when to change them, what you should and shouldn't wear when handling food, where you shouldn't eat, drink, smoke, or chew gum or tobacco, and finally, what symptoms of illness you need to tell your manager about. I know, it probably seems silly to go over stuff like this, but there are good reasons. Remember those big problems I mentioned? Here's a story that will show you what I mean.
After 15 people ate at a local buffet and got sick, the health department came in and investigated. They discovered that a prep cook came back from her overseas vacation with diarrhea, vomiting, and fever. Unfortunately, she was in charge of prepping lettuce for the salad bar, and when the health department tested it, they found out that the lettuce had Shigella bacteria on it. How did this happen? Not only did the prep cook not tell her manager she was feeling sick, but she also didn't wash her hands correctly while working. Health officials think this is how the bacteria got on the lettuce.
Obviously, that prep cook shouldn't have been working if she had diarrhea and was vomiting. But those people still might not have gotten sick if she knew how to wash her hands correctly. Yes, there really is a right and a wrong way to do it.
It only takes about 20 seconds to wash your hands correctly. Start by wetting your hands and arms with running water as hot as you can comfortably stand. Next, apply enough soap to build up a good lather. Then scrub your hands and arms vigorously for 10 to 15 seconds. Yes, even your arms. And don't forget to clean under your fingernails and between your fingers. When you're finished, rinse your hands and arms thoroughly under warm running water. Then dry them using a single-use paper towel or hand dryer. Never ever use your apron or any part of your clothing to do it. Once your hands are clean, use a paper towel to turn off the faucet and to open the restroom door so you don't contaminate them again. Congratulations! You now know the right way to wash your hands. Now, let's take a look at when to do it. First off, always wash your hands before you start work. It's just a good practice to get into because you may not remember when you washed them last or what you touched. You also need to wash them after using the restroom. Many foodborne illnesses are caused when food handlers forget to do this or do it incorrectly. Other times you should wash your hands include after touching your hair, face, body, apron, or clothing. If you're going to be handling raw meat, poultry, or seafood, you need to be doubly careful and wash your hands both before and afterward. And hopefully it's obvious that you should wash your hands after taking out garbage, sneezing, or coughing. But did you know that you also need to wash them after eating, drinking, smoking, and chewing gum or tobacco? It's true. Additional times to wash your hands include after handling money, after using chemicals that can make food unsafe, after touching service or aquatic animals, leaving the kitchen or prep area, and then returning to something to it. Before putting on gloves whenever you're starting a new task, or because you just cleared tables or bust dirty dishes. And I'm out of breath. Wow, that's a long list. When you come right down to it, you should pretty much try to wash your hands every single time you touch anything that could possibly contaminate them, including dirty equipment, work surfaces, and cloths. Bet you never thought there was so much to hand washing, huh?
Ready to put your new hand washing knowledge to the test? Try these activities. You knew there was going to be a test, didn't you? Don't worry, it's pretty painless.
All you have to do is watch this video segment and tell us if the person washes her hands correctly. Is she doing it correctly so far? Actually, all you have to do is watch this video segment and tell us if the person washes her hands correctly. Is she doing it correctly so far? You're right. She forgot to wet her hands with water before applying the soap. Let's keep watching. Did she scrub her hands correctly? Well, all you have to do is watch this video segment and tell us if the person washes her hands correctly. Is she doing it correctly so far? You're right. She forgot to wet her hands with water before applying the soap. Let's keep watching. Did she scrub her hands correctly? Yep, you caught it. She only scrubbed her hands for about 5 seconds, but should have done it for 10 to 15 seconds. Imagine how much more entertaining the video would have been if you got to watch her wash her hands for 10 to 15 seconds. Our hand washer has 2 strikes, but let's see if her third time is a charm. Did she dry her hands correctly? Yep, this one she nailed. After rinsing, you should dry your hands with a single-use paper towel or hand dryer. All right, now we're going to take a look at some photos and pick the person who will need to wash their hands after they're done. That's right. The cook contaminated his hands by rubbing his eyes, so he needs to wash them before returning to work. Which person needs to wash their hands right now? Yes. Always, always, always wash your hands after using the restroom.
These days, hand antiseptics, which most people call hand sanitizers, are everywhere. And some managers and owner-operators may require you to use them before working. These hand antiseptics can be a great way to reduce pathogens. But just like with washing your hands, it only works if you use them in the right way. Click the photo and listen to how this person is using hand antiseptic. Click yes if he is using it correctly, and no if he's not.
Sometimes I just don't have time to wash my hands. That's why I love hand antiseptic. It's faster and just as good.
You're absolutely right. Hand antiseptics are great, but they should never replace hand washing. What about this person?
After washing my hands, I use a hand antiseptic.
Nailed it. Hand antiseptics should only be used as extra protection after washing your hands. Okay, just one more, I promise.
My least favorite part of using hand antiseptic is waiting until it dries before touching anything, but I always do.
You got it. Start shaking those hands because you always want to make sure hand antiseptic dries before touching anything. So by now you know how and when to wash your hands, but you still need the right tools. And that means a designated hand washing sink that's been set up correctly. Yes, you heard me right. There are specific rules about how to set up the sink where you wash your hands. Don't worry though, it's pretty straightforward. A correctly stocked hand washing sink is going to need hot and cold running water, soap, single-use paper towels or a hand dryer, and a garbage container for the used paper towels. Simple, right? If these items aren't stocked, make sure to tell your manager. Some people seem to think that hand washing sinks can be used for other needs. You know who I'm talking about. But to keep sinks safe and hygienic, they should only be used for actual hand washing. That means don't dump dirty water into them, use them to prep food, or wash dishes in them. And always make sure these sinks are easy to access. Never block them or stack them with food, equipment, or supplies.
Ready to test yourself? Click the items that must be included at a hand washing sink. Yes to the garbage can, single-use paper towel dispenser, and soap. Hand lotion and hand antiseptic are nice, but not required.
Good news. You're done with hand washing. Did you learn a thing or two? Yeah, it's surprising how many rules there are. Hey, we're still not quite through with your hands, though. I've got an important question for you. Is it okay to handle food with your bare hands? No? It was good news. You're done with hand washing. Did you learn a thing or two? Yeah, it's surprising how many rules there are. Hey, we're still not quite through with your hands, though. I've got an important question for you. Is it okay to handle food with your bare hands? Yeah? Well, sometimes you can, and sometimes you can't. You see, there are certain kinds of foods that should never be handled with bare hands. Any idea which kinds of foods can't be handled with bare hands? I would have guessed raw meat. Good news. You're done with hand washing. Did you learn a thing or two? Yeah, it's surprising how many rules there are. Hey, we're still not quite through with your hands, though. I've got an important question for you. Is it okay to handle food with your bare hands? Yeah? Well, sometimes you can, and sometimes you can't. You see, there are certain kinds of foods that should never be handled with bare hands. Any idea which kinds of foods can't be handled with bare hands? A reasonable guess, but no. Good
Sandwich.
news.
Why did
You're
that?
done with hand
Sandwich.
washing. Did you learn a thing or two? Yeah, it's surprising how many rules there are. Hey, we're still not quite through with your hands, though. I've got an important question for you. Is it okay to handle food with your bare hands? Yeah? Well, sometimes you can, and sometimes you can't. You see, there are certain kinds of foods that should never be handled with bare hands. Any idea which kinds of foods can't be handled with bare hands? You guessed it. A sandwich can't be handled with bare hands. Here's why. Ready-to-eat food, like a sandwich, will usually be eaten without any further preparation, washing, or cooking. That makes ready-to-eat food incredibly risky, because touching these items with bare hands can transfer pathogens from your hands to the food and then right into the mouths of the people eating them. In short, do not touch ready-to-eat food with bare hands. That includes things like deli meat, sandwiches, salads, and all cooked food. Of course, there are always exceptions, so ask your manager. So how do you handle ready-to-eat food without contaminating it? You're right. Deli sheets, tongs, and gloves are also good choices. There are a few things to note about wearing food handling gloves. First off, make sure they're made for single use. While it may seem like a good way to save money, food handling gloves should never be washed or rinsed and then reused. And always remember to wash your hands before putting on gloves when starting a new task. Secondly, a pair of gloves should fit like, well, a pair of gloves. They shouldn't be too tight or too loose. And while gloves may not be the easiest thing to put on, you shouldn't blow into them or roll them up, even if it would make it easier. Okay, so now you should know how to put gloves on. Check. Here's a question for you. Do you know when to change your gloves? Let's say a prep cook has been wearing gloves to handle raw chicken and then needs to prep salads. Should she change her gloves? That's right. You always want to change gloves after handling raw meat, seafood, or poultry, and before handling ready-to-eat food, like the salad. There are other times when gloves should be changed. Let's take a look. Gloves should be changed as soon as they become dirty or torn. You also want to change them after finishing a task and before you begin another one. Another situation where you want to change your gloves is when you're prepping food for a guest with a food allergy. And you'll also want to do it anytime you're interrupted by something like a phone call. Next, on our hand care checklist, which does end eventually, I swear, is nail care. That's right, taking care of your nails can make food prep safer. Check out these questions for best practices. Ooh. Is it okay to handle food if you have long fingernails? Sorry, but is it okay to handle food if you have long fingernails? You're right, but do you know why? It's hard to keep long fingernails clean. So food handlers should keep their nails short and clean. Nails should also be filed because ragged fingernails are hard to clean, may hold pathogens, and can break off into food, which is gross. How about nail polish? Can you wear it when handling food? Again, it's hard to keep long fingernails clean. So food handlers should keep their nails short and clean. Nails should also be filed because ragged fingernails are hard to clean, may hold pathogens, and can break off into food, which is gross. How about nail polish? Can you wear it when handling food? Again, it sucks for those who are fans of getting their nails done now and then, but unfortunately, it's hard to keep long fingernails clean. So food handlers should keep their nails short and clean. Nails should also be filed because ragged fingernails are hard to clean, may hold pathogens, and can break off into food, which is gross. How about nail polish? Can you wear it when handling food? Yep, you're right. Here's why. If you wear nail polish while handling food, it can hide dirt under your nails or flake off into the food. Nasty. The same goes for false fingernails. They're hard to keep clean, which makes them a risk. That being said, some local regulatory authorities do allow polished or false nails if single-use gloves are worn. Check with your manager if it's something that's important to you. Now let's talk a little about infected wounds. Sorry if you're squeamish. Do you know the correct way to cover one? That's kind of right. If you wear nail polish while handling food, it can hide dirt under your nails or flake off into the food. Nasty. The same goes for false fingernails. They're hard to keep clean, which makes them a risk. That being said, some local regulatory authorities do allow polished or false nails if single-use gloves are worn. Check with your manager if it's something that's important to you. Now let's talk a little about infected wounds. Sorry if you're squeamish. Do you know the correct way to cover one? Almost. If you wear nail polish while handling food, it can hide dirt under your nails or flake off into the food. Nasty. The same goes for false fingernails. They're hard to keep clean, which makes them a risk. That being said, some local regulatory authorities do allow polished or false nails if single-use gloves are worn. Check with your manager if it's something that's important to you. Now let's talk a little about infected wounds. Sorry if you're squeamish. Do you know the correct way to cover one? That's partly correct, but there's a little more to it. If you wear nail polish while handling food, it can hide dirt under your nails or flake off into the
Like,
food.
I just
Nasty.
don't like
The
it's
same goes for false fingernails.
confusing.
They're hard to keep clean, which makes them a risk. That being said, some local regulatory authorities do allow polished or false nails if single-use gloves are worn. Check with your manager if it's something that's important to you. Now let's talk a little about infected wounds. Sorry if you're squeamish. Do you know the correct way to cover one? That's kind of right, but there's a little more to it. If your wound is infected, it has pus in it, which may contain nasty bacteria. To keep this out of the food, you have to cover it correctly. For hand, finger, and wrist wounds, that means first using a bandage or finger cot that will prevent fluid from leaking out, then covering the whole thing with a single-use glove. Now, arm wounds must be covered completely with a bandage that will prevent fluid from leaking out, while wounds on other parts of the body must be covered with a dry, durable, tight-fitting bandage. Wearing dirty clothes or neglecting to shower before you go into work probably isn't going to go over well with customers or your boss. But there are real food safety concerns related to your appearance as well. What should you do?
Bathe daily. Dirty hair, skin, and clothing may carry pathogens that cause foodborne illness. Always wear a clean hat or other hair covering when you're prepping food or working in prep areas, and when you're working in areas that are used to clean utensils and equipment. And if you have facial hair, it doesn't matter if it's a neat goatee or a wild mountain man beard, you should also wear a beard restraint. Sure, it may not be the hippest fashion accessory, but it's better than getting someone sick. When you go into work, make sure you're wearing clean clothes. That means every part of your uniform. If dirty clothing is stored at work, it must be kept away from food and prep areas. This includes dirty aprons, chef coats, and other parts of your uniform. Where should they go? Ask your manager. And while you're at it, ask about street clothes and other personal belongings, because they need to be stored away from food and food prep areas too. Finally, always remove aprons and store them correctly when leaving prep areas. For example, wearing your apron when using the restroom or taking out garbage is a big no-no. Wear jewelry on your hands or arms? Not while prepping food, you don't. Before you even get to the prep area, take it off and store it safely. Why? You can probably guess by now, jewelry can contain bacteria and other pathogens. Beyond that, you don't want to lose something valuable or meaningful because it falls off into a random customer's food. And more importantly, you don't want to cause your customer to choke. So when handling food, never wear bracelets, watches, medical bracelets, or rings, except for a plain band. Your company may also ask you to remove other jewelry, though servers can wear jewelry if company policy allows it. Okay, I think we're done with work attire, which means quiz time. Take a look at these two people and click the one that's dressed correctly. Yep, it's all about the hat here. His customers won't have to worry about hair or pathogens in their food. Okay, how about these two? Which one is dressed correctly? Awesome, no problem here. The guy, however, forgot to take off his watch. Last one, who's dressed correctly for a trip to the bathroom? Nope. Okay, I think we're done with work attire, which means quiz time. Take a look at these two people and click the one that's dressed correctly. Yep, it's all about the hat here. His customers won't have to worry about hair or pathogens in their food. Okay, how about these two? Which one is dressed correctly?
See what it is.
Awesome, no problem here. The guy, however, forgot to take off his watch. Last one, who's dressed correctly for a trip to the bathroom? Nope, he forgot to remove. Okay, I
Probably
think
had
we're
it,
work attire,
but
which means
forgot it.
this time, take a look at these two people and click the one that's dressed correctly. Yep, it's all about the hat here. His customers won't have to worry about hair or pathogens in their food. Okay, how about these two? Which one is dressed correctly?
No. Servsafe.
Awesome, no problem here. The guy, however, forgot to take off his watch. Last one, who's dressed correctly for a trip to the bathroom? Nice. She remembered to remove her apron before heading to the restroom.
Time to talk about what you have in your mouth. Eating, drinking, smoking, and chewing gum or tobacco can make food unsafe if you're not careful. How so?
It's probably not surprising to learn that saliva contains pathogens that can cause foodborne illness. I know, it's probably starting to seem like everything can spread foodborne illness. Eating, drinking, smoking, and chewing gum or tobacco can contaminate equipment and your hands with saliva. Then there's the simple fact that cigarette butts and other items can also get into food. Grossed out yet? Only eat, drink, smoke, and chew gum or tobacco in designated areas. Never do these things in prep areas, in areas used to clean utensils and equipment, or in service areas. Depending on where you live, some regulatory authorities may allow you to drink from a covered container while in prep and dishwashing areas, but it's always best to check first. Pop quiz time again. Don't worry, the end is in sight. Click the person below who is acting safely. Sorry, Pop quiz time again. Don't worry, the end is in sight. Click the person below who is acting safely. Got it. Smoking is acceptable as long as it's done in a designated area. The other person, however, is eating in the prep area, germ city.
Should you work while you're sick? Depends on the symptoms, because you can potentially spread pathogens to food and equipment, and make your guests and coworkers sick.
She doesn't look good, does she? Click the photo to hear what symptoms she has, then decide whether or not she should tell a manager by clicking the yes or no buttons.
I vomited a couple of times this morning, but I feel a little better right now.
Yeah, she should definitely tell her manager because vomiting can be a sign of foodborne illness. Should the manager know about whatever's happening here?
I had diarrhea all day, but it seems to be getting better.
Even if it's better, diarrhea is another symptom of foodborne illness, and the manager needs to know. Whoa, what's going on with this person's eyes? Should the manager know?
When I look in the mirror, The whites of my eyes look kind of yellow.
Yes, because yellowing of the eyes and skin is called jaundice. It's a symptom of foodborne illness, and it's a very big deal. Tell the manager. Does she need to talk to her manager?
I have a sore throat and fever. It started last night.
Actually, you do want to tell your manager. She doesn't look good, does she? Click the photo to hear what symptoms she has, then decide whether or not she should tell a manager by clicking the yes or no buttons.
I vomited a couple of times this morning, but I feel a little better right now.
Yeah, she should definitely tell her manager because vomiting can be a sign of foodborne illness. Should the manager know about whatever's happening here?
I had diarrhea all day, but it seems to be getting better.
Even if it's better, diarrhea is another symptom of foodborne illness, and the manager needs to know. Whoa, what's going on with this person's eyes? Should the manager know?
When I look in the mirror, the whites of my eyes look kind of yellow.
Yes, because yellowing of the eyes and skin is called jaundice. It's a symptom of foodborne illness, and it's a very big deal. Tell the manager. Does she need to talk to her manager?
I have a sore throat and fever. It started last night.
No question about it. Sore throat and fever at the same time always be reported to a manager.
Ready to cheer? We're all done learning about personal hygiene. Yes, really. All that's left is to review what we've talked about so far. Then you can do a little happy dance, if you so choose, and move on to the next section. We'll start by jumping back to hand washing. How long should you scrub with soap? Nope. We'll start by jumping back to hand washing. How long should you scrub with soap? Sorry. We'll start by jumping back to hand washing. How long should you scrub with soap? Your clothes. We'll start by jumping back to hand washing. How long should you scrub with soap? That's right. When you wash your hands, you need to scrub them for 10 to 15 seconds to really get them clean. Let's talk about single-use gloves. When do food handlers need to wear them? Action. Let's talk about single-use gloves. When do food handlers need to wear them? Nope. Let's talk about single-use gloves. When do food handlers need to wear them? You got it. Food handlers should always wear single-use gloves when touching ready-to-eat food. What's the correct way for food handlers to maintain their fingernails? Sorry. What's the correct way for food handlers to maintain their fingernails? Nope. Long nails. What's the correct way for food handlers to maintain their fingernails? Absolutely right. Short, unpolished nails are easier to keep clean, and that can help keep food safe. Which piece of jewelry can be worn on a food handler's hand or arm? Watches may see. Which piece of jewelry can be worn on a food handler's hand or arm? Sorry. Which piece of jewelry can be worn on a food handler's hand or arm? Bingo! A plain band ring is the only acceptable piece of jewelry that can be worn on the hands when handling food. When is it acceptable for food handlers to eat on the job? Actually, when is it acceptable for food handlers to eat on the job? This may seem okay. When is it acceptable for food handlers to eat on the job? Ding, ding, ding. Correct. Eating only in designated areas can help keep your guests safe. Okay, we're almost done. Which symptom of illness do you need to tell your manager about? You guessed it, vomiting can be a sign of foodborne illness, so food handlers should always tell managers. Two of the most important ways to prevent foodborne illness are to control
Time.
time
For you.
and temperature. Don't worry though, we're not talking about some sci-fi level of control here. You just need to control the temperature of the food you're handling and limit the amount of time that food remains at unsafe temperatures. This is called time and temperature control. Doesn't sound too hard, right? But if you fail to do it correctly, any bacteria on the food you're handling can grow to dangerous levels. So how do you prevent this? Well, you need to know which food items need time and temperature control to keep them safe. And you need to be aware of, cue the Top Gun music, the temperature danger zone. Additionally, you should learn how to use a thermometer correctly and understand the requirements for receiving food and non-food items. You also need to know how to control the time and temperature of food during storage, how to transport and deliver food off-site correctly, and how to thaw, cook, hold, cool, and reheat food correctly. There's a lot of ground to cover, but that's why we have this handy-dandy training module. Let's start with the story that shows why controlling time and temperature is important.
After several people who had eaten at a summer festival got sick, a vendor came under investigation by local authorities. The victims all had similar symptoms, including vomiting, diarrhea, and stomach cramps. It was later determined by health officials that the victims got sick from Campylobacter jejuni, a bacteria often associated with poultry. Health officials determined that the cause of the outbreak was barbecued chicken served at one of the concession stands. In the rush to serve the large crowds, those working the stand didn't cook a large batch of chicken to the correct temperature.
What started as a simple attempt to speed up service ended up getting a lot of people sick. Never rush chicken. Which is a nice segue into talking about other types of food that can be a problem.
There are specific types of food that can become unsafe if you don't control time and temperature. There's even a clever acronym, TCS food. TCS stands for Time and Temperature Control for Safety. Yes, technically there should be two T's, but TTCS just doesn't sound as good. Now, take a look at these two food items. Which one needs time and temperature control to keep it safe? You got it. Milk and other dairy products are TCS food items. How about this one? Yep, poultry is definitely a TCS food. If you don't maintain good time and temperature control, it can become unsafe. Here's another. Eggs or bread? Exactly. Shell eggs are a TCS food. Last pictures for this section. Choose the TCS food. Lots of people think that, but uncooked. Now, take a look at these two food items. Which one needs time and temperature control to keep it safe? You got it. Milk and other dairy products are TCS food items. How about this one? Yep, poultry is definitely a TCS food. If you don't maintain good time and temperature control, it can become unsafe. Here's another. Eggs or bread? Exactly. Shell eggs are a TCS food. Last pictures for this section. Choose the TCS food. That's right. Plant-based food items do not need time and temperature control until they are cooked. This includes things like cooked rice, beans, and vegetables. Okay, so far for common TCS food items, we have milk and dairy products, poultry such as chicken, turkey, and duck, shell eggs, and heat-treated plant-based food. All of these need time and temperature control to keep them safe, but there are plenty more TCS food items out there as well. Things like meat, including beef, pork, and lamb, and fish, including shellfish and crustaceans. But that's not all. Believe it or not, baked potatoes are a TCS food, as is tofu and other soy protein and synthetic ingredients like textured soy protein in meat alternatives. Crazy, right? Sliced melons, cut tomatoes, and cut leafy greens also make the list, as do sprouts and sprout seeds. And finally, untreated garlic and oil mixtures close out the list.
Now that you know which types of food can be a problem, it's time to learn how to correctly control time and temperature. Earlier, we mentioned the temperature danger zone. Are you familiar with the term? You are? Great. Then you probably know that it's the temperature range within which food becomes unsafe. Any idea what the temperature range is? Sorry. Earlier, we mentioned the temperature danger zone. Are you familiar with the term? Don't worry, I wasn't either. It's the temperature range within which food becomes unsafe. Any idea what the temperature range is? Not quite.
Why does that
Earlier,
throw
we
people
mentioned
eyes?
the temperature danger zone. Are you familiar with the term? You are? Great. Then you probably know that it's the temperature range within which food becomes unsafe. Any idea what the temperature range is? You got it. This is the correct temperature range. Let's take a closer look at how it can affect the safety of food. 41 to 135 degrees Fahrenheit, 5 to 57 degrees Celsius, is known as the temperature danger zone because it's the temperature range in which pathogens grow well. Want to keep TCS food safe? Keep it out of the temperature danger zone. If food does end up in the temperature danger zone, you'll need to tell your manager and fix the problem. Some options include reheating food, cooking it, or even, unfortunately, throwing it out.
Pop quiz time. Drag the blue line to the bottom of the temperature danger zone. Yep, 41 degrees Fahrenheit, 5 degrees Celsius is correct. Now drag the red line to the top of the temperature danger zone.
I gotta wait.
Nice. The temperature danger zone is the temperature range between 41 and 135 degrees Fahrenheit, 5 and 57 degrees Celsius.
From the moment food arrives in the delivery, right up until the time it is served, thermometers must be used. And they must be used correctly. It's easy. Like everything else in this course, there are specific rules to follow. And keep in mind that every thermometer and business is different. So you should ask your manager how things are done where you work. So how do you get your thermometers ready to be used? You need to make sure they're washed, rinsed, sanitized, and air dried before and after using them. And hopefully this goes without saying, but you'll also want to keep their storage cases clean. You also have to adjust thermometers so they read temperatures correctly. This is called calibration. Okay, so now you know cleaning and calibrating those thermometers. Let's talk about actually using them. Stick the thermometer into the thickest part of the food, usually the center, and wait until the thermometer reading stays steady. Then write down the temperature. And always take another reading in a different spot to confirm it. You ready to try a couple of activities?
Drag the thermometer to the correct spot on the meat to check the temperature. Nicely done. You always want to check the temperature of food in the thickest spot. Click the photo and listen to how this person is using thermometers. Are they being used correctly?
When I need to check the temperature of food, I just grab a thermometer from the drawer, stick it in, and check the reading.
So, click the photo and listen to how this person is using thermometers. Are they being
When I need to check the temperature of food, I just grab a thermometer from the drawer, stick it in, and check the reading.
sanitize and air dry the thermometer before using it? Is this person using thermometers the right way?
Before checking the temperature of food, I wash, rinse, sanitize, and then air dry the thermometer. Then I stick it into the thinnest part of the food to get an accurate reading. Once the thermometer reading stays steady, I write down the temperature and take another reading in a different spot. And of course, I always clean and sanitize the thermometer when I'm done using it.
I said yes the first time too. Click the photo and listen to how this person is using thermometers. Are they being used correctly?
When I need to check the temperature of food, I just grab a thermometer from the drawer, stick it in, and check the reading.
You got it. He forgot to wash, rinse, sanitize, and air dry the thermometer before using it. Is this person using thermometers the right way?
Before checking the temperature of food, I wash, rinse, sanitize, and then air dry the thermometer. Then I stick it into the thinnest part of the food to get an accurate reading. Once the thermometer reading stays steady, I write down the temperature and take another reading in a different spot. And of course, I always clean and sanitize the thermometer when I'm done using it.
Yep, you caught it. She did just about everything right, but she should have checked the temperature in the thickest part of the product. Okay, click to listen to contestant number 3. Are they using thermometers correctly?
Before using a thermometer, I always wash, rinse, sanitize, and air dry it. Then I stick it into the thickest part of the product to get an accurate reading. Once the thermometer reading stays steady, I write down the temperature and take another reading in a different spot. And of course, I always clean and sanitize the thermometer when I'm done using it.
Yes, finally we found someone who did all the right things when checking the temperature of food.
Temperature control starts the moment food first arrives in your operation. When you receive food, you'll need to check the
Yeah. Okay, some left those.
temperature, quality, and packaging to ensure it's safe. Poor food quality is a sign that food has been kept at unsafe temperatures. Also, ask your manager if there are any specific checks to make when receiving food in your operation. So how do you check those things? What do you look for?
When receiving food, you always want to follow the manufacturer's directions. In general, hot TCS food should be received at 135 degrees Fahrenheit, 57 degrees Celsius, or higher, while cold TCS food should be received at 41 degrees Fahrenheit, 5 degrees Celsius, or lower. In short, it should be outside of the temperature danger zone. When receiving frozen food, there are several things to look for. First, make sure it's frozen solid. If you see fluids, water stains, ice crystals, or frozen liquids on the product or package, reject it. Large ice crystals are a sign that the food has thawed and been refrozen, not what you want. Also, you should always reject food that has passed the use by or expiration date, that isn't the right color or is moldy, and that smells wrong or unpleasant. And if meat, fish, or poultry is slimy, sticky, or dry, don't accept it. These probably all seem pretty obvious, but when these types of things are overlooked, bad things happen.
Want to see if you can pick the good food from the bad? Take a close look at each photo and click yes if it's safe and no if it's not. It may look okay. Want to see if you can pick the good food from the bad? Take a close look at each photo and click yes if it's safe and no if it's not. Good choice. Meat must be received at 41 degrees Fahrenheit, 5 degrees Celsius, or lower. This meat could be bad. How about this shrimp? Is it safe to receive? I missed it at first. Want to see if you can pick the good food from the bad? Take a close look at each photo and click yes if it's safe and no if it's not. Good choice. Meat must be received at 41 degrees Fahrenheit, 5 degrees Celsius, or lower. This meat could be bad. How about this shrimp? Is it safe to receive? You're right. Always reject any food with ice crystals or frozen liquids on the product or packaging. Are these strawberries safe to receive? Correct. Strawberries aren't supposed to be white and fuzzy. That's mold, and moldy produce should always be rejected. How about this chicken? Is it safe to receive? That's right. It doesn't matter if the temperature is correct. Sticky chicken should be rejected. Now you know how to make sure food is at the right temperature when you receive it. And hopefully you won't be serving moldy strawberries anytime soon. But your job doesn't end there. To keep food safe, storage times and temperatures must also be carefully monitored. Question for you. At what temperature should cold TCS food be stored? Nope. Question for you. At what temperature should cold TCS food be stored? Close. Question for you. At what temperature should cold TCS food be stored? You got it. Nice work. Cold TCS food must be stored at 41 degrees Fahrenheit, 5 degrees Celsius, or lower. Remember, we're talking about the internal temperature of the food, not just the temperature of the cooler. And whatever you do, keep frozen food frozen. To help coolers and freezers keep food at the correct temperature, here are a couple quick rules. Don't overload them, and don't open cooler doors more than you have to. Plan ahead. Now, let's talk about labeling and dating food. Doing this is important, and not just so your coworkers won't eat your lunch. Here's a question for you. Let's say you've just prepared several pans of fresh potato salad. How long can those pans be stored in the cooler before they become unsafe? Actually, here's a question for you. Let's say you've just prepared several pans of fresh potato salad. How long can those pans be stored in the cooler before they become unsafe?
I just want to make sure, because I want to go in order.
Here's a question for you. Let's say you've just prepared several pans of fresh potato salad. How long can those pans be stored in the cooler before they become unsafe? Right you are. Let's take a closer look. Food only stays good in storage for so long. To prevent foodborne illness, you need to know when food was stored and when it must be used. Ready-to-eat TCS food prepared on site, like our potato salad, can be stored for 7 days as long as it's kept at 41 degrees Fahrenheit, 5 degrees Celsius, or lower. It must be marked if it will be held for longer than 24 hours. The mark must indicate when the food must be sold, eaten, or thrown out. Anytime you take food out of its original container, it has to be labeled. And that label must include the common name of the food. That goes for everything, whether it's 25 pounds of flour or 6 ounces of chicken salad. Here's another question for you. What should you do with food that's not marked with the day or date it should be sold, eaten, or thrown out? That's right. If the food isn't marked with the day or date by which it should be sold, eaten, or thrown out, it actually should be thrown out. And you should also do that if the food is incorrectly marked with a day or date that exceeds a safe time and temperature combination, like a date that goes beyond 7 storage days. There are some other labeling requirements that you should know about, and they have to do with food delivered off-site. So now I've got another question for you. Does food need to be labeled if it will be delivered off-site? You guessed it. There are some rules to follow when delivering food off-site. Some operations prepare and deliver food for off-site service, such as caterers. Off-site labels must include the name of the food, the use-by date and time, and reheating and service instructions. How do you keep food out of the temperature danger zone during transportation? Simple. Transport it using insulated food-grade containers. And as always, check with your manager to see if you have to follow any special labeling requirements for packaged food and self-service areas. Better safe than sorry. Here's a question. What does FIFO stand for? It sounds like a dog's name, am I right? That's right. FIFO stands for first in, first out. It's a way of rotating food in storage. Let's find out more about FIFO. Stored food must be rotated. It's a 3-step process. First, check the use by or expiration. Second, store food in, first out, FIFO order. This means storing items with the earliest use by or expiration dates in front of items with later dates. Third, use the food stored in front first. FIFO. Makes sense, right? You probably at least try to do a version of this at home, though inevitably that old container of yogurt gets stuck in the back. Maybe that's just my problem. Okay, it's Q&A time again.
Is this food being stored safely? Not quite. Is this food being stored safely? Good catch. This cottage cheese should be stored at 41 degrees Fahrenheit, 5 degrees
I
Celsius,
need some
or
more
lower.
pretzels. That's what I need.
Here's another. Is this food being stored safely? Sorry. No. Is this food being stored safely? Good catch. This cottage cheese should be stored at 41 degrees Fahrenheit, 5 degrees Celsius, or lower. Here's another. Is this food being stored safely? You're right. Nothing in here is safe because this reach-in cooler is way too overloaded. Is this food being stored safely? Well, the food is late. Is this food being stored safely? Good catch. This cottage cheese should be stored at 41 degrees Fahrenheit, 5 degrees Celsius, or lower. Here's another. Is this food being stored safely? You're right. Nothing in here is safe because this reach-in cooler is way too overloaded. Is this food being stored safely? You caught it. The food is labeled, but there's no date showing when it should be sold, eaten, or thrown out. Let's say today's date is March 22nd. Is this food being stored safely? That's right. It shouldn't be used anymore because it's one day past its use-by date. How about this off-site food? Safe? Not. Is this food being stored safely?
What's nose?
Good catch. This cottage cheese should be stored at 41 degrees Fahrenheit, 5 degrees Celsius, or lower. Here's another. Is this food being stored safely? You're right. Nothing in here is safe because this reach-in cooler is way too overloaded. Is this food being stored safely? You caught it. The food is labeled, but there's no date showing when it should be sold, eaten, or thrown out. Let's say today's date is March 22nd. Is this food being stored safely? That's right. It shouldn't be used anymore because it's one day past its use-by date. How about this off-site food? Safe? You called it. TCS food for off-site service should be in an insulated container, not just a cardboard box. Want to play a game? Drag these cans into their correct FIFO, first in, first out order. That's it. Nice organizational skills.
Ready to learn the correct thawing technique? Of course you are. Who isn't? And that's good because TCS food also needs to be kept out of the temperature danger zone when thawing and prepping it. Okay, let's talk turkey. As in, what's the best way to thaw a frozen turkey? Ding, ding, ding. You got it. Thawing the turkey in a cooler will keep it safely out of the temperature danger zone. Let's find out some other ways to thaw food. Your mission, and you better accept it, is to keep TCS food out of the temperature danger zone when thawing. And that means never thawing TCS food at room temperature. You're just asking for trouble. In fact, there are only 4 acceptable ways to do it. 1, in a cooler at 41 degrees Fahrenheit, 5 degrees Celsius, or lower. 2, in a microwave oven, if the food is then cooked immediately. 3, by using water, but only if you follow all the rules. Namely, you need to keep the food submerged under running water at 70 degrees Fahrenheit, 21 degrees Celsius, or lower. While you're doing this, You can never let the temperature of the food go above 41 degrees Fahrenheit, 5 degrees Celsius, for longer than 4 hours, which means using a thermometer and watching it closely. 4. You can make your life easy and thaw food as part of the cooking process. Putting a frozen hamburger patty right on the grill is an example of this. Pretty cool, right? Now here's something important to keep in mind. If you're thawing frozen fish that's inside a reduced oxygen package, like a fish that's been vacuum packed, it usually has to stay frozen until you're ready to use it. Check the label to see whether it says this. If it does, then remove the fish from the package, either before thawing it in the cooler or before or immediately after thawing it under running water. Now that you've got thawing down, let's talk about preparation. Which photo shows food being prepped safely? Yep, this food is safer because the person has pulled out a smaller amount. Small batches keep ingredients from sitting out for long periods of time. You should never prep TCS food in large batches, as the person is doing in the other picture. And when you're done, return prep food to coolers as quickly as possible. Don't worry, totally safe and tasty. Okay, it's time for some more questions.
Click on each person to hear their stories. Then click yes if they're acting safely, or click no if they're not.
I thawed shrimp in the microwave and put it back into the cooler until it was ready to be cooked.
This one got meat. Click on each person to hear their stories. Then click yes if they're acting safely, or click no if they're not.
I thawed shrimp in the microwave and put it back into the cooler until it was ready to be cooked.
You caught it. That's not safe. Food should only be thawed in a microwave if it will be cooked immediately. Click on each person to hear their stories. Then click yes if they're
Friday.
acting safely, or click no if they're not.
I left chicken in a sink full of cold water until it thawed.
A lot of people think that. Click on each person to hear their
No,
story.
no.
Then click yes if they're acting safely, or click no if they're not.
I thawed shrimp in the microwave and put it back into the cooler until it was ready to be cooked.
You caught it. That's not safe. Food should only be thawed in a microwave if it will be cooked immediately. Click on each person to hear their stories. Then click yes if they're acting safely, or click no if they're not.
I left chicken in a sink full of cold water until it thawed.
That's right. The food should have been submerged under cool, running water. Click on each person to hear their stories. Then click yes if they're acting safely, or click no if they're not.
I throw frozen hamburger patties directly on the grill. They thaw out while they are being cooked.
Yep. Thawing frozen food as a part of the cooking process is perfectly fine.
Time temperature abuse can happen easily during cooking, holding, cooling, and reheating. It's all too easy to engage in time temperature abuse. But you can prevent this by making good choices. Cooking food can reduce pathogens, but only if the food reaches the correct internal temperature and stays there for a specific amount of time. How can you help food reach the right temperature? Well, you can start by using the correct equipment to cook it, like ovens, grills, and fryers. You also need to know what each food needs. Different food items need to reach different minimum internal cooking temperatures. Whole food, including whole or ground chicken, turkey, or duck, should be cooked to 165 degrees Fahrenheit, 74 degrees Celsius. And you only have to reach that temperature and hold it for less than a second, which is pretty much instantaneous. For ground meat, including beef, pork, and other meat, and shell eggs that will be hot held for service, it's 155 degrees Fahrenheit, 68 degrees Celsius for 17 seconds. Seafood, including fish, shellfish, and crustaceans, and shell eggs for immediate service, have to be cooked to 145 degrees Fahrenheit, 63 degrees Celsius for 15 seconds. Same goes for steaks or chops of pork, beef, veal, and lamb. 145 degrees Fahrenheit, 63 degrees Celsius for 15 seconds. For roast, you want to hold that 145 degrees Fahrenheit, 63 degrees Celsius temperature for quite a bit longer, 4 minutes. And finally, food from plants like fruit, vegetables, and grains, including rice and pasta, and beans that will be hot held for service, must reach a temperature of 135 degrees Fahrenheit, 57 degrees Celsius. Numbers tumbling all around your brain right now? Well, let's switch focus for a second to let everything settle and talk about people. Did you know that certain groups of people may have weaker immune systems and have a higher risk of getting a foodborne illness? It's true. Elderly people, preschool-age children, and people with compromised immune systems, like chemotherapy patients, can get sick easier from unsafe food. Some places, like hospitals and daycare centers, have additional rules on cooking for these groups. Check with your manager to learn about your operations policies. Okay, so that's a lot of information. Let's see how you do with a little practice.
All right, drag each food item to the skillet that shows the correct minimum internal cooking temperature for that food. You're like a temperature remembering guru. No, really, it's a thing.
Okay, now let's take a look at something we all take for granted: microwave cooking.
If you cook meat, seafood, poultry, or eggs in the microwave, you need to make sure it reaches 165 degrees Fahrenheit, 74 degrees Celsius. So get your handy-dandy thermometers ready, then follow these steps. First, cover the food to prevent its surface from drying out. Easy. While cooking, always rotate or stir the food halfway through the process so the heat reaches the food more evenly. After cooking, let the covered food stand for at least 2 minutes so the temperature evens out. And finally, pull out those thermometers and then check the temperature of the food in at least 2 places to make sure it's cooked through. Congrats, you've mastered the microwave.
Now let's talk about hot and cold holding. What's that? It's when you hold food at the correct temperature so it stays safe. This is just as important as cooking it correctly. Let's look at a few situations. Say you've just put out a pan of potato salad on a buffet table. What temperature should the potato?
Mine, the third one.
potato salad be? Exactly right. Next to that potato salad, you put out a pan of hot roast beef. What temperature should it be? Actually, say you just put out a pan of potato salad on a buffet table. What temperature should the potato salad be? Exactly right. Next to that potato salad, you put out a pan of hot roast beef. What temperature should it be? Perfect. Let's see what else we can find out about hot and cold holding. Now let's go over cooling TCS food. Before you store it, you have to cool it correctly, or it could cause problems. Cooling food is a two-step process. So what's the first step? Whoa, cooling food is a two-step process. So what's the first step? Nice job. Now let's review the whole cooling process. If food isn't cooled correctly, any pathogens left on it can grow and make people sick. Not what you want. So always do it correctly. First, cool the food from 135 to 70 degrees Fahrenheit, 57 to 21 degrees Celsius, within 2 hours. Then cool it to 41 degrees Fahrenheit, 5 degrees Celsius, or lower in the next 4 hours. If the food has not reached 70 degrees Fahrenheit, 21 degrees Celsius within 2 hours, it must be reheated and then cooled again. Question time. Let's say you're trying to cool some hot containers of chili. What's the best way to do it? I can see that. Question time. Let's say you're trying to cool some hot containers of chili. What's the best way to do it? Correct you are. Now let's find out about other ways to cool food correctly. There are many ways to cool food quickly and safely, but the first step should always be to reduce the size of the food so it's easier to cool. Once you've done this, food can be cooled by placing it in an ice water bath, by stirring it with an ice paddle, by adding ice to it, or by using a blast chiller, if your operation has one. If you're not sure which method to use, wait for it. Ask your manager. There are a couple of things that you don't want to do. Don't cool large amounts of hot food in a cooler, and don't cool food at room temperature. Good news. We finally got to the last topic in this module, reheating. Take a moment to enjoy being so close to the end. Then, let's see what you know. You need to reheat beef to what temperature for a beef sandwich? It's beef, so you think that would. You need to reheat beef to what temperature for a beef sandwich? You can heat it to this temperature. You need to reheat beef to what temperature for a beef sandwich? That's right. Now, do you know why? Let's explore this a bit further. When food is reheated and served immediately, such as roast beef for a hot sandwich, it can be reheated to any temperature. Nice, right? But if you're reheating food and holding it for later service, like with soup, it must be heated to an internal temperature of 165 degrees Fahrenheit, 74 degrees Celsius, for 15 seconds. The food must reach this temperature within 2 hours. Some commercially processed and packaged ready-to-eat food also must be reheated before serving. Fried vegetables, chicken wings, and deep-fried cheese sticks are examples. This kind of food must be heated to an internal temperature of at least 135 degrees Fahrenheit, 57 degrees Celsius. Here's an interesting question for you. Can you use hot holding equipment to reheat food? Actually, it's not a good idea. Here's an interesting question for you. Can you use hot holding equipment to reheat food? That's right. You should never reheat food in hot holding equipment. Here's why. Most hot holding equipment will not pass food through the temperature danger zone quickly enough. In short, it won't stop enough pathogens from growing. Never use hot holding equipment to reheat food unless it has been made for it. How should food be reheated where you work? Where's that manager again? Okay, you've gotten to the final review of this entire module. Just answer a few more questions and you're done. Which of these is a TCS food? Not, which of these is a TCS food? Yep, it may not seem like it, but a baked potato is a TCS food. What is the temperature range of the temperature danger zone? Sorry, no. What is the temperature range of the temperature danger zone? Yep, great job. The temperature danger zone is 41 degrees Fahrenheit to 135 degrees Fahrenheit. To check the temperature of food, place your thermometer. I don't think so. To check the temperature of food, place your thermometer. Yes, right. To check the temperature of food, you should insert your thermometer into the thickest part. Which food should be rejected during receiving? Actually, which food should be rejected during receiving? That's the one. Any TCS food with ice crystals should be rejected because it could have been time temperature abuse. Cold TCS food should be stored at an internal temperature of, nailed it. Cold TCS food should be stored at an internal temperature of 41 degrees Fahrenheit, 5 degrees Celsius or lower. When transporting food items off-site, food labels should include the name of the food, used by, date and time, and not unless you have really small. When transporting food items off-site, food labels should include the name of the food, used by, date and time, and while the driver certainly needs. When transporting food items off-site, food labels should include the name of the food, used by, date and time, and not. When transporting food items off-site, food labels should include the name of the food, used by, date and time, and yes, it's important to include the name of the food, used by, date and time, and reheating and service instructions when transporting food items off-site because it's all information they'll need.
Oh, we're on module 4.
Welcome to Module 4, Preventing Cross-Contamination. You're doing well, but there's still a lot to learn. So let's get moving. This module will cover how to spot food during receiving that may have been contaminated, how to prevent cross-contamination when storing, prepping, and serving food, how to handle and store chemicals to prevent cross-contamination, and last but not least, the big 8 food allergens and how to prevent them from causing an allergic reaction. Like so much of food safety, it's not that hard to prevent cross-contamination. But when even little mistakes are made, the results can be serious, much like in this story.
While eating at a local diner, a boy ordered chocolate pudding for dessert. A few days later, he woke up with stomach cramps, vomiting, and diarrhea and was taken to his doctor. Afterwards, the local health department conducted an investigation and found ground beef stored above desserts in the diner's walk-in cooler, as well as evidence that meat had dripped onto some of the desserts. 6 more customers contacted the health department with similar symptoms. It was later confirmed that the pathogen that caused the illness was E. coli, a type of bacteria commonly linked with raw ground beef.
Gross, right? The boy in the story got sick because raw meat dripped onto his pudding. Ugh. This is a good example of cross-contamination, where pathogens are transmitted. Food to another. In this instance, it happened while the food was being stored. But you have to look out for it way before that. Receiving is probably the first opportunity you'll have to prevent cross-contamination. When deliveries come in, you'll need to carefully check not only all food items for signs of contamination, but also the non-food items such as cups and napkins. Let's see if you can figure out whether these deliveries are safe to receive or not. Take a look. Should you accept this item or reject it? That's absolutely right. You should never accept items with dirty packaging. How about this one? Accept or reject? Good catch. You should always reject an item if its packaging is water stained or discolored. What about this? Right. This meat must be rejected because it's leaky. Packaging should not have holes, tears, punctures, or other types of damage. We've all seen this kind of thing before. Accept or reject. Yep. Just say no. This can is seriously dented and the food inside may be harmed. Never receive cans that are dented, rusty, or have swollen ends. So, you've made sure to receive only items that are safe, and you're feeling pretty good about yourself. Nice start, but you still have to prevent cross-contamination when storing food.
One of the most important things you can do is make sure food is stored in a designated area that isn't around chemicals, up against a wall, or on the floor. All of these things can cause food to become contaminated. Prevent contamination by storing food away from walls and at least 6 inches, 15 centimeters off the floor. This makes it easier to clean underneath too. Also, wrap or cover food before storing it to stop contaminants from falling into it. When choosing containers to store the food in, always make sure they're actually made to hold food. Never, ever store food in old chemical containers. Even if you clean them well, doing this could contaminate the food and cause foodborne illness. Also, it's just kind of gross.
Operations that store both raw food and ready-to-eat food need to take extra steps to prevent cross-contamination and keep food safe. Probably the best way to ensure safety in storage is to keep raw and ready-to-eat food completely separate. That goes for fruits and vegetables too, whether they're washed or not. That way, there's no chance these two types of food will touch or drip onto each other. Simple, right? Also, keep raw and ready-to-eat food separate when transporting it off-site. Of course, separate storage isn't always possible. If all of your food has to go in the same place, make sure you use the correct top to bottom order. Ready-to-eat food goes on top. Right under that is seafood, then whole cuts of beef and pork, then ground meat and ground fish, and finally, whole and ground poultry is at the bottom. Where does this order come from? It's based on the minimum internal cooking temperatures of each food. So that's storing food in the nutshell. So of course, nutshells themselves are not safe for storing food, unless you're a squirrel. Moving on, let's take a crack at some review questions. Has this food been stored safely? Not what? Has this food been stored safely? Yeah, not so much, right? This chicken hasn't been wrapped or covered, and you should always wrap or cover food before storing it to stop contaminants from falling into it. How about this? You're right, but sadly, these shelves are very wrong. Raw ground beef has been stored above peppers, and raw pork chops right next to cut melon. If you can't store raw and ready-to-eat food separately, always follow correct top-to-bottom order. Ready-to-eat food above raw meat, seafood, or poultry, and ground meat below whole cuts of pork. Is this safe? Actually, has this food been stored safely? Yeah, not so much, right? This chicken hasn't been wrapped or covered, and you should always wrap or cover food before storing it to stop contaminants from falling into it. How about this? You're right, but sadly, these shelves are very wrong. Raw ground beef has been stored above peppers, and raw pork chops right next to cut melon. If you can't store raw and ready-to-eat food separately, always follow correct top-to-bottom order. Ready-to-eat food above raw meat, seafood, or poultry, and ground meat below whole cuts of pork. Is this safe? Yep, it sure looks that way. The food has been stored in covered containers made for food, and it's also in a cooler, which is definitely designated for storing food. Remember the correct storage order for different types of food? Prove it by dragging each food to the right spot on these cooler shelves. Nicely done. If you have to store raw and ready-to-eat foods together, it should always be ready-to-eat foods on top, followed by seafood, then whole cuts of beef and pork, then ground meat and ground fish, and finally, whole and ground poultry on the bottom. Receiving, check. Storage, check. But you're not done yet. It's time to learn how to avoid cross-contamination when prepping food. Prepping prepping food often means handling both raw and ready-to-eat food items. If you're not careful, pathogens can be transferred from one food to another and get people sick. How can you stay safe? Keep cutting boards, utensils, equipment, and workstations clean and sanitized. Don't allow ready-to-eat food to touch surfaces that have come in contact with raw meat, seafood, or poultry. So you want to prep raw meat, seafood, and poultry at a different time than ready-to-eat food when using the same prep table. Also, make sure to clean and sanitize work surfaces, utensils, and equipment between prepping each food item. Something else to watch for is contaminated produce. To stay safe, you want to keep both unwashed and ready-to-eat fruits and vegetables separate from raw meat, poultry, and seafood. Produce should always be washed before cutting it, cooking it, or combining it with other ingredients. So you'll also want to clean and sanitize the prep sink and work area before starting. When you do start washing produce, make sure to use running water that's slightly warmer than the food and pull apart leafy greens such as lettuce or spinach. If you soak or store produce in standing water or ice water, don't mix different items or multiple batches of the same item. And finally, refrigerate and hold melons, cut tomatoes, and cut leafy greens at 41 degrees Fahrenheit, 5 degrees Celsius or lower. Okay, now use all that newfound knowledge to choose which of the following people are prepping food correctly and which aren't.
Click each photo and listen to the person's story. Click yes if you think they're handling the food correctly, or click no if you don't.
After deboning raw chicken on a white cutting board, I use the same knife and cutting board to dice some onions.
Yeah, tell her. The knife and cutting board should have been cleaned and sanitized before dicing those onions. Click each photo and listen to the person's story. Click yes if you think they're handling the food correctly, or click no if you don't.
I trimmed a raw roast on a red cutting board. Then I washed my hands, put on new gloves, and used a new knife to slice tomatoes on a green cutting board.
Actually, click each photo and listen to the person's story. Click yes if you think they're handling the food correctly, or click no if you don't.
After deboning raw chicken on a white cutting board, I use the same knife and cutting board to dice some onions.
Yeah, tell her. The knife and cutting board should have been cleaned and sanitized before dicing those onions. Each photo and listen to the person's story. Click yes if you think they're handling the food correctly, or click no if you don't.
I trimmed a raw roast on a red cutting board. Then I washed my hands, put on new gloves, and used a new knife to slice tomatoes on a green cutting board.
Right. This person did everything correctly. Hands were washed, gloves were changed, and a new knife and cutting board were used to slice the tomatoes. He's a prepping savant. Click each photo and listen to the person's story. Click yes if you think they're handling the food correctly, or click no if you don't.
I prep salad from 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. Then I clean and sanitize the prep table and fillet fish on it at 9:30 a.m.
Sorry. Click each photo and listen to the person's story. Click yes if you think they're handling the food correctly, or click no if you don't.
After deboning raw chicken on a white cutting board, I use the same knife and cutting board to dice some onions.
Yeah, tell her. The knife and cutting board should have been cleaned and sanitized before dicing those onions. Click each photo and listen to the person's story. Click yes if you think they're handling the food correctly, or click no if you don't.
I trimmed a raw roast on a red cutting board. Then I washed my hands, put on new gloves, and used a new knife to slice tomatoes on a green cutting board.
Right. This person did everything correctly. Hands were washed, gloves were changed, and a new knife and cutting board were used to slice the tomatoes. He's a prepping savant. Click each photo and listen to the person's story. Click yes if you think they're handling the food correctly, or click no if you don't.
I prep salads from 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. Then I clean and sanitize the prep table and fillet fish on it at 9:30 a.m.
You got it. There's nothing wrong here. The table was cleaned and sanitized between prepping the salad and the fish, and the ready-to-eat salads were prepped at a different time than the raw fish.
Cross-contamination isn't just about you watching what you do, but also
Module 4.
protecting people from themselves at places like self-service areas. Take a look at what I mean. Cross-contamination can happen when customers refill dirty plates, reuse dirty utensils, pick up food with bare hands, or place their heads underneath the sneeze guard while reaching food. That's right. The clear glass above salad bars is actually called a sneeze guard. Try to get that image out of your mind. So you have to protect these areas from biological, chemical, and physical contaminants. How do you do this? By correctly labeling all food and providing separate utensils for each item. And, of course, keeping food under the sneeze guard will also help. Additionally, you should never let customers refill dirty plates or use dirty utensils. If you see them doing these things, politely ask them to use clean plates and utensils instead. And never serve ice that was used to keep food or beverages cold in a self-service area. There are all kinds of ways that people can cause cross-contamination easily when handling food, utensils, and equipment. Let's look at a few.
Surfaces that touch food are called food contact surfaces. Makes sense, right? Well, often the utensils and equipment you use have food contact surfaces. Plates, glasses, forks, and tongs are some examples. If you're not careful, you can contaminate these surfaces when handling them. Here's how to prevent this. Hold dishes by the bottom or edge, and glasses by the middle, bottom, or stem. And don't stack glasses when carrying them. A rack or tray works much better. Speaking of glasses, you might be tempted to use one to scoop ice. Don't. And don't use your bare hands either. Instead, use ice scoops or tongs. For utensils, always hold them by the handle. And never handle ready-to-eat food with your bare hands. Always use deli sheets, gloves, or tongs. Handling food with tongs or other utensils? Make sure you don't use the same ones to handle different food items. And never, ever use a utensil to handle raw meat, poultry, or seafood, and then reuse it for ready-to-eat food. In short, use separate utensils when serving different food items. It is also important to store serving utensils in food with the handles extended above the rims of the containers. Get all that? Well, there's one more. The towels used to clean up food spills in your operation can actually contaminate food contact surfaces if they're not used correctly. Instead of storing these towels in your apron or uniform pocket, put them in a sanitizer solution when you're not using them. And never use the towels that clean food spills for any other purpose.
Is your brain overflowing? I know mine is. Let's take a learning break and do a couple of review exercises.
Can I help you?
Take a look at each photo. Which person is handling the food safely? No, it may. Take a look at each photo. Which person is handling the food safely? Yep. Food handlers should always use tongs, deli sheets, or gloves to pick up ready-to-eat food. What about this one? You got it. Always use an ice scoop to get ice. Which food is safer? Perfect. Just like how this person is holding the plate. Always hold plates by the bottom or edge. How about this one? Right you are. This person is carrying the glasses in a rack, which will help keep them safe. He could also have used a tray. Last one for this series of questions. Who's being safer? Yep, this person is holding the flatware by the handle, which is safe. So now we need to talk about storage. And it's not food we're looking at, but utensils and equipment. A contaminated bowl can cause an illness just as easily as a contaminated salad, after all. And the same is true for items like disposable napkins and plastic forks. If something is going to touch food, it needs to be stored safely. And some items like chemicals and cleaning supplies require safe storage because you never want them touching food.
How do you prevent contamination during storage? First off, anything that touches food must be stored at least 6 inches, 15 centimeters off the floor. Utensils should be stored with the handles up, so people can easily grab them without touching the part that comes into contact with food. And glasses and cups should be stored upside down on a clean, sanitized surface to keep things from falling into them. What about chemicals and cleaning supplies? There are several things to keep in mind. Even a bottle of sanitizer could contaminate food or equipment if it's stored the wrong way. So you should always store chemicals in their original container. If you do move them to a new container, it has to be labeled with the common name of the chemical. These chemicals need to be put in the designated storage area. And the storage area should be nowhere near food because you don't want to risk getting chemicals on anything that's going to be eaten. Not sure where your designated chemical storage area is? Ask your manager. Cleaning supplies should also be kept well away from food for the same reason. No one wants a dirty mop contaminating their food. And while we're talking about mops, you should never dump mop water or dirty liquids into a toilet or urinal. Not only is it gross, it could contaminate the cleaning equipment and spread pathogens. Only dump mop water and other dirty liquids into a designated service sink with a floor drain. Lastly, you should always dispose of chemicals according to their labels.
Ready for some questions? We're entering our double bonus round, where we'll cover storing utensils, equipment, chemicals, and cleaning supplies. Correct answers in this round will be worth, well, nothing, because there are no points.
Take a look at this photo. Safe storage or not? You caught it. Those cutting boards are on the floor, and any equipment that touches food must be stored at least 6 inches, 15 centimeters off the floor. Try this one. That's right. Glasses and cups should be stored upside down on a clean and sanitized surface. Next one. Safe or not? Exactly. Ice is food, and equipment that touches food, like the ice bucket, must be stored at least 6 inches, 15 centimeters off the floor. What about this one? Unfortunately, that's not. Take a look at this photo. Safe storage or not? You caught it. Those cutting boards are on the floor, and any equipment that touches food must be stored at least 6 inches, 15 centimeters off the floor. Try this one. That's right. Glasses and cups should be stored upside down on a clean and sanitized surface. Next one. Safe or not? Exactly. Ice is food, and equipment that touches food, like the ice bucket, must be stored at least 6 inches, 15 centimeters off the floor. What about this one? Correct. Flatware should be stored with the handles up so people can grab it by the handle. What about this chemical? Safe? No. Take a look at this photo. Safe storage or not? You caught it. Those cutting boards are on the floor, and any equipment that touches food must be stored at least 6 inches, 15 centimeters off the floor. Try this one. That's right. Glasses and cups should be stored upside down on a clean and sanitized surface. Next one. Safe or not? Exactly. Ice is food, and equipment that touches food, like the ice bucket, must be stored at least 6 inches, 15 centimeters off the floor. What about this one? Correct. Flatware should be stored with the handles up so people can grab it by the handle. What about this chemical? Safe? You got it. Chemicals and cleaning supplies should never be stored near food. Different chemicals? Same question. Yes, indeed. These chemicals are stored safely because they're stored in their original container away from food.
Good job. You're becoming an expert on preventing cross-contamination. But what happens if you notice that cross-contamination has already happened? Let's see if you can answer this question. Let's say that you're in a walk-in cooler and you see that raw meat has dripped onto a case of lettuce. What should you do? Good guess. Notifying your manager is one of the steps. Let's review what to do if cross-contamination occurs in more detail. If you notice that cross-contamination has happened, act right away. Do your best to fix it. If you notice that let's say that you're in a walk-in cooler and
Do the other answers.
has dripped onto a case of lettuce. What should you do? Good thought, but washing the lettuce might.
Come on. Yes. Menu for
Good job. You're becoming an expert on preventing cross-contamination. But what happens if you notice that cross-contamination has already happened? Let's see if you can answer this question. Let's say that you're in a walk-in cooler and you see that raw meat has dripped onto a case of lettuce. What should you do? Don't worry, I did. Let's say that you're in a walk-in cooler and you see that raw meat has dripped onto a case of lettuce. What should you do? Good guess. Notifying your manager is one of the steps. Let's review what to do if cross-contamination occurs in more detail. If you notice that cross-contamination has happened, act right away. Do your best to fix the problem. Set aside the contaminated item so no one can use it. Then ask your manager what to do. We're on to our final big topic for this module, food allergens. Question: what do you think could trigger an allergic reaction to food? I can see why you. Question: what do you think could trigger an allergic reaction to food? Yeah, that would do it. If a person has a food allergy, they can have a reaction by either eating the food directly or eating anything that has touched that food. Kind of scary. When you're talking about food allergens, you're going to hear a lot about the term cross-contact. Any idea what that is? Actually, question. What do you think could trigger an allergic reaction to food? Yeah, that would do it. If a person has a food allergy, they can have a reaction by either eating the food directly or eating anything that has touched that food. Kind of scary. When you're talking about food allergens, you're going to hear a lot about the term cross contact. Any idea what that is? You got it. Cross contact happens when a food containing an allergen touches another food and their proteins mix. Here's how food allergies work. Some people are allergic to certain types of food. The tiniest speck of a food they are allergic to can make them sick or even cause death. Because of this, you have to strive to keep this food away from these customers. Let's talk about cross contact. Allergic reactions are caused by proteins called allergens. Some types of food contain allergens. Cheese, for example, contains milk allergen.
Module 4. Okay, I have one more module, one more section that I'm done with this module. After this section, I have one more.
When a food item containing an allergen is in contact with another food item and their proteins mix, it's called cross contact. So everything that touches cheese on a burger becomes contaminated and can cause an allergic reaction, even if you remove the cheese itself. Obviously, this can be dangerous for guests with food allergies. So food should be stored and handled in a way that prevents cross contact. Many of the things you do already, including hand washing and practicing good personal hygiene, will also help prevent cross contact. What kinds of food do you need to watch out for? Well, people can be allergic to any food, but we're going to focus on a few big ones.
There are just 8 food items that cause the majority of allergic reactions. These are called the big 8, hence the really big 8 on your screen. You need to know what the big 8 are and which dishes on your menu contain them. The big 8 allergens include milk, eggs, soy, fish such as tuna and cod, tree nuts such as almonds, walnuts, and pecans, peanuts, crustacean shellfish such as crab, lobster, and shrimp, and wheat.
Now, time for some questions.
Try this one. Does pecan pie contain a big 8 allergen? Sweet. As its name implies, pecan pie contains pecans, a tree nut, which are a big 8 allergen. How about this cottage cheese? Yep, cottage cheese contains milk, which is a big 8 allergen. What about sliced tomatoes? Actually, try this one. Does pecan pie contain a big 8 allergen? Sweet. As its name implies, pecan pie contains pecans, a tree nut, which are a big 8 allergen. How about this cottage cheese? Yep, cottage cheese contains milk, which is a big 8 allergen. What about sliced tomatoes? That's right. Sliced tomatoes do not contain a big 8 allergen. Final question for this section. Does this plain omelet contain a big 8 allergen? It sure does. Omelets contain eggs, which are a big 8 allergen.
What does all of this mean? That when a customer says they have a food allergy or a food sensitivity like gluten intolerance, you have to take that seriously. Servers need to be able to answer questions about food allergies and should also know how to prevent cross contact. Let's watch and see how one server handles a customer with a food allergy.
Click the photo and listen to the server and then answer this question. Did the server do the right thing to prevent an allergic reaction?
A guest told me that he had a dairy allergy and wanted to know if the chicken salad had any dairy in it. I was honest and let him know that I wasn't totally certain, but it was probably fine.
Right. This server made a mistake when he said it was probably fine. It's important for you to know which dishes contain big 8 allergens. But if you're ever unsure, always ask your manager. You can also suggest menu items that you are certain do not have the food allergen. Same thing. Click the photo to listen to more of the story. Did the server do the right thing to prevent an allergic reaction this time?
The customer with a dairy allergy asked me if the barbecue chicken was safe for him to order. That's our house specialty, and I let him know that the recipe was a secret, so I couldn't tell him.
You're right, and that's strike 2 for our server. He should have told the customer if any ingredients contained allergens, whether or not they're secret. Food should always be honestly presented. Okay, our server isn't doing so well. Think he'll recover? Click the picture.
Finally, the customer asked about the grilled chicken on wild rice. Now, I was positive there was no dairy in that one, so I let him know. He ordered the grilled chicken, and I made sure I noted his allergy on the order. His friend ordered a cheeseburger.
Yep, our server may have started wobbly, but he got it right this time. Just as important, he remembered to clearly identify the allergen special order on the order ticket, which you should always do for a guest with a food allergy. The kitchen staff needs this information. Last one, click the picture to hear the end of the story.
When the order was ready, I hand-delivered the grilled chicken to the customer with the dairy allergy, and another server brought out the cheeseburger for his friend.
Now he's got it. The server hand-delivered the allergen special order to the guest, and this was done separately from the other food to prevent cross-contact.
If you work in the back of the house, you have to prevent cross-contact when handling an allergen special order. Let's take a look at how cross-contact happens and how to stop it.
If you're preparing an order for a customer with a known food allergy, you have to make sure the allergen is not transferred from a food containing the allergen to the customer's food. Even a small amount of contact can be bad. For example, think about a guest with a shellfish allergy who orders chicken. If the chicken is cooked in a fryer that was used for shrimp, that could cause an allergic reaction. Not good for anyone. With that in mind, here are some things you should do when preparing allergen special orders. First, check recipes and ingredient labels to make sure the allergen is not present. And you need to wash, rinse, and sanitize cookware, utensils, and equipment before prepping the food, including food prep surfaces. Some operations use a separate set of utensils just for allergen special orders. Make sure the allergen doesn't touch anything used to prepare the customer's food, including utensils, equipment, and gloves. You should also wash your hands and change gloves before prepping their food, and use equipment assigned for prepping the allergen special order. That might mean using separate fryers and cooking oils when frying food for customers with food allergies.
Keeping guests with food allergies safe can be life or death. So keep your eyes open for cross contact. Okay, so here's a question. Let's say you've ordered a salad without almonds for a guest who's allergic to tree nuts. When the salad has been prepped, you see that it has almonds on it. What should you do? Yes, this one. Talking to your manager won't solve everything, but it's a good start. Let's see what else you should do when cross contact has happened. If food comes into contact with a food allergen, do not serve the food to the customer. Set it aside so it cannot be used. Alert your manager, who will tell you what to do next. Being careful is vital, but you still might have to deal with an allergic reaction at some point. How should you handle it?
An allergic reaction is like any other emergency. If you see a customer having a severe allergic reaction to food, first call the emergency number in your area and then tell your manager.
Well, that's it for food allergies. All that's left is to answer a few questions to see what you've learned in this module. Let's do it. Which item should be rejected when received? Great job. Always reject food if the packaging is dirty, water stained, leaking, or discolored. How can you prevent cross-contamination when storing food? Sorry, how can you prevent cross-contamination when storing food? Well, how can you prevent cross-contamination?
Like, what?
Yep, that's the one. Storing food this way will help prevent cross-contamination. How can you prevent cross-contamination when prepping raw meat and ready-to-eat food? Actually, how can you prevent cross-contamination when prepping raw meat and ready-to-eat food? Right. Cleaning and sanitizing the work surfaces between prepping each item will prevent cross-contamination. What should you use to scoop ice from an ice bin? Nope. What should you use to scoop ice from an ice bin? Sorry. What should you use to scoop ice from an ice bin? I can see. What should you use to scoop ice from an ice bin? You got it. This is the best way to prevent cross-contamination. Where should you store chemicals and cleaning supplies? No, where should you store chemicals and cleaning supplies? Sorry, where should you store chemicals and cleaning supplies? Yep, you got it. Always store chemicals and cleaning supplies in a designated storage area. Which of these three are big 8 food allergens? Nicely done. These are 3 of the big 8 allergens.
That's magical.
There's a lot you need to do to keep food safe. And cleaning and sanitizing is a big one. It can prevent the spread of pathogens to food. Cleaning and sanitizing will also help control pests, such as insects and rodents, which is good because, let's be honest, gross. But in order to clean and sanitize surfaces correctly, there are a bunch of things you need to know. So let's dive in. First, we'll discuss the difference between cleaning and sanitizing, as well as how and when to clean and sanitize surfaces. We'll also go over how to set up and use a 3-compartment sink, how to use and maintain dishwashers, how to handle garbage correctly, and how to spot signs of pests in your operation. Why is it so important to clean and sanitize surfaces correctly? Listen to the following story.
A pregnant woman was rushed to the hospital.
So many. Okay, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 6
with
sections.
abdominal cramps. But even though the staff did as much as they could, the woman lost her baby. Tests indicated that she had gotten sick from listeria, a bacteria linked with deli meat. An investigation revealed that the woman had visited a local deli, and when the slicer was examined, it tested positive for the bacteria. The staff told officials that the slicer was only cleaned twice a week.
How awful is that? A woman lost her baby just because the slicer wasn't cleaned and sanitized often enough? It's your job to stop things like this from happening. So you need to know what cleaning and sanitizing is, how to do it correctly, and how often you should do it. First, let's talk about the difference between cleaning and sanitizing. It's pretty simple, really. Cleaning removes food and other dirt from a surface. In other words, the stuff you can see. And there, it's all gone. Or is it? The answer is no, which is where sanitizing comes in. When you sanitize something, you reduce pathogens on a surface so that they are at safe levels. Sorry, little guys, not on our food. Of course, not all surfaces are handled the same way. Some only need to be cleaned, such as floors, walls, storage shelves, and garbage containers. Doing this prevents dust, dirt, and food residue from building up, and customers from being disgusted every time they walk by. But surfaces that touch food must be both cleaned and sanitized. Items in this group include things like dinnerware, pans, knives, and cutting tools. Unfortunately, Some equipment may not be easy to clean and sanitize. This is especially true for items that have become worn and cracked, because those nasty pathogens like to hide in all the hard-to-reach places. If you come across items like these, set them aside and tell your manager. Okay, ready to see if you can figure out which surfaces need to be both cleaned and sanitized? How about this wall? Clean and sanitize it? Click yes or no. That's right. The wall only needs to be cleaned because it doesn't come in contact with food. What about these storage shelves? Yep, they only need to be cleaned because the food is in containers and isn't actually touching the shelves. Does this garbage can need to be cleaned and sanitized? You got it. Garbage cans only have to be cleaned to prevent dust, dirt, and food residue from building up. How about this pan? Definitely. Because it comes in contact with food, the pan needs to be cleaned and sanitized. Does this cutting board need to be cleaned and sanitized? You're darn right it does. Cutting boards are constantly in contact with food, so they absolutely need to be cleaned and sanitized. All right, you get the idea. Now let's focus on how and when to clean and sanitize things. Before we begin, you should know it's always best to follow the manufacturer's directions and your company policy when using cleaners and sanitizers. And be careful when using them so you don't contaminate food. You know, like when using spray cleaners around food. Check out this video and see what I mean.
There are only a few simple steps to follow when cleaning and sanitizing a surface. At first, these steps may seem obvious, but they are important to go over because sometimes people forget them or do them out of order, and that can lead to problems. Step 1, scrape or remove food from the surface. Steps 2 and 3, wash the surface and then rinse it off. And the 4th and 5th steps are to sanitize the surface and let it air dry. There are specific times when you need to clean and sanitize surfaces that come in contact with food. After you're done using them, anytime you're interrupted during a task and the surfaces could have been contaminated, before you start working with a different type of food, and after 4 hours if the item has been in constant use.
So that covers how and when to clean and sanitize most surfaces, but there are some items that need to be handled a bit differently. For example, stationary equipment. How should this kind of equipment be handled?
The first thing to know is that every operation is different. So you should talk to your manager about how to clean and sanitize the specific equipment you'll be using. That said, there are still some general steps to clean and sanitize stationary equipment like a slicer. First, unplug the equipment. Trust me when I say you don't want a slicer turning on while you're trying to clean it. Ouch. Once it's unplugged, take off the parts that can be removed. You can either wash, rinse, and sanitize these parts by hand, or you can run them through a dishwasher. We'll be talking more about using dishwashers in a bit. Now for the parts that can't be removed. First, scrape or remove food from the surfaces. Then wash, rinse, and sanitize those surfaces and let them air dry. Final step, put it all back together. Hope you were paying attention when you took the pieces apart.
That's cleaning and sanitizing in a nutshell. Time for some review questions.
Watch this video and see if the person cleans and sanitizes the prep table correctly.
Container. Getting there.
Did they do it right? You're right. He didn't rinse the table before sanitizing it, and he also wiped it dry instead of letting it air dry. This time, click the photo and listen to the story, then decide whether the equipment needs to be cleaned and sanitized. Click yes if it does, or click no if it doesn't.
I've been prepping melons using the same knife and cutting board for over an hour. Should I clean and sanitize them?
No, not quite. Watch this video and see if the person cleans and sanitizes the prep
So
table
it's no
correctly.
now. I'm getting there. Don't worry, I'm getting there.
Did they do it right? You're right. He didn't rinse the table before sanitizing it, and he also wiped it dry instead of letting it air dry. This time, click the photo and listen to the story, then decide whether the equipment needs to be cleaned and sanitized. Click yes if it does, or click no if it doesn't.
I've been prepping melons using the same knife and cutting board for over an hour. Should I clean and sanitize them?
Right. The knife and cutting board don't need to be cleaned and sanitized until they've been in constant use for 4 hours. Same drill. Click the photo and then answer the question.
I just finished trimming a roast and want to use the same knife and cutting board to fillet fish. Should I clean and sanitize them first?
Right, you are. Because the person will be working with a different type of food, the knife and cutting board must be cleaned and sanitized first. Here's another one. Click the photo and then answer the question.
I just walked away to talk to my manager and then returned to chopping lettuce. Should I clean and sanitize the knife and cutting board?
Nice catch. Because this person was interrupted during a task, the knife and cutting board could have been contaminated. To be safe, they should be cleaned and sanitized before continuing.
Okay, we've been talking a lot about using sanitizers, but skipped over an important part, creating an effective sanitizer solution. What does that mean? Well, for sanitizers to work the way they're supposed to, they need to be mixed with water. If this isn't done correctly, the sanitizer will not be effective. Here's a question for you. What makes a sanitizer solution effective? Okay. Here's a question for you. What makes a sanitizer solution effective? Sorry. Here's a question for you. What makes a sanitizer solution effective? Don't hate me for the trick question. Contact time, water temperature, and using the correct amount of sanitizer are all important. Let's take a closer look. Whether you're using sanitizer on equipment surfaces or during dishwashing, the steps are the same. Make sure the water is the correct temperature. A thermometer will help.
Pretty good.
Then
Can
add the correct
you
amount of
go?
sanitizer
I'm busy.
so the solution is
I'm busy.
right.
Okay, hello, hi, Mom.
Hi, Mom. Hi, Mom.
Too strong, and it can become a chemical hazard. Both obviously are problems. To prevent this, use a test kit to check the sanitizer's strength. Perhaps most important, sanitizers need time to reduce pathogens on surfaces to safe levels. This means leaving the items you're sanitizing in contact with the solution for the right amount of time. After that time is up, it doesn't matter if you're wiping or spraying sanitizer on surfaces. Always let the surface air dry. Of course, every operation is a little different, so be sure to talk to your manager about the requirements for your specific sanitizer. As we said before, different items need to be cleaned and sanitized in different ways. Big items, like pots and pans, usually go in a 3-compartment sink. You think you know how to set one up?
Drag each item to the correct sink to set it up. cleaning tools aren't for one specific sink, but should be used to clean and sanitize all of the sink area before you start washing dishes. That's always the first step. That's right. The first sink should be filled with detergent and water that's at least 110 degrees Fahrenheit, 43 degrees Celsius. Ask your manager how to do this. You got it. The second sink should only be filled with clean water to rinse things off. Or if you spray rinse items, you could leave the sink empty. Nailed it. The third and final sink needs water and the correct amount of sanitizer. So be sure to check the sanitizer strength. Talk to your manager about this. Nice job setting up the sink. Now try your hand at washing this plate correctly by dragging it through each step in the cleaning and sanitizing process in order. Where to start? Here's a hint. You're going to want to scrape that plate before you stick it in the sink. Well done. Lots of people miss this, but the first thing you want to do is rinse, scrape, or soak the plate before washing. What's the next step? Right. Next comes washing. And you always wash items in the first sink. Use a brush, cloth, or nylon scrub pad to loosen the dirt. And be sure to change the water and detergent when the suds are gone or the water is dirty. What's next? Yes, you're on a roll. After washing comes rinsing, and after the first sink comes the second sink. You can dip them in the water or spray rinse them. Just make sure to remove any food or detergent. And, tell me if this sounds familiar, change the water when it becomes dirty or full of suds. Next. Awesome. Scrape, then wash, then rinse, then sanitize. That's what the third sink is for. Soak them in the sanitizer solution for the correct length of time, but never rinse them afterward because this could contaminate the surfaces. What's last? That's right, air drying. Place them upside down on the drain board so they will, drain. And do not wipe them dry.
That's fine for the big items, but what about the smaller ones? To clean and sanitize small items like tableware and utensils, you can use a dishwashing machine. That sounds simple, right? After all, you probably have a dishwasher at home. Well, maybe so, but if you want to be effective, you should always follow the manufacturer's directions and your company policy. Here are some general guidelines for using a dishwashing machine. First, scrape, rinse, or soak the items you'll be washing. Things with dried on food, like flatware, should be pre-soaked. Never overload dish racks like someone did here. And always use the correct rack for the items you're washing, such as glass racks or glasses. Finally, load each rack correctly to ensure that the water spray will reach all surfaces. After each load is done, be sure to check every rack for any dirty items and rewash anything that's still dirty. Dishwashers are great, but not perfect, so you have to double check. When drying items, never use a towel. Always air dry. And be sure to check the dishwasher's water temperature, pressure, and sanitizer levels frequently to make sure it's doing its job. If something's not right or you're not sure how to do this, you know who to ask, your manager. Lastly, be sure to change the water when necessary. Now, let's talk dishwasher maintenance. You take good care of them, and they'll take good care of you.
Even though you're using dishwashers to clean other items, you still have to clean and maintain them frequently throughout the day. Keep spray nozzles clear of food and other objects, and fill tanks with clean water as needed. Also, make sure detergent and sanitizer dispensers are filled, and remove mineral deposits from the machine when needed.
Think you've got all that? How about a little review? Are these dishes being handled correctly? Well, they are. Are these dishes being handled correctly? You caught it. These dishes won't be correctly cleaned because the rack is overloaded. How about this? Is the plate being handled correctly? Exactly. Never use a towel to dry items. Dishes should air dry. How about this flatware? Someone's been paying attention. Always pre-soak flatware before cleaning and sanitizing it. This will help remove dried on food. Now look at these dishes. Correct or not so much? You're right. Dishes need to be rinsed, scraped, or soaked before they can be washed. These need more work. Garbage. Everyone's favorite part of working in the food service industry. If it's not handled correctly, it can contaminate food and equipment, attract pests, and
Right now. Okay, I'm about where I was.
obviously create unpleasant odors. Watch these videos of people handling garbage and see if you can figure out whether or not they're doing it correctly. Here's the first one.
Did the person handle the garbage correctly? Good, you saw it too. When he touched the prep table with the garbage bag, he contaminated it. Be careful not to touch any food or surfaces when removing garbage. Here's another video. Correct or no? Nothing gets by you. Though he's doing a good job cleaning the inside and outside of the garbage container, he's doing it in a food prep area. Never clean garbage containers near prep or food storage areas. Video 3. Good garbage handling skills? Yes or no? Sorry. Here's the first one. Did the person handle the garbage correctly? Good, you saw it too. When he touched the prep table with the garbage bag, he contaminated it. Be careful not to touch any food or surfaces when removing garbage. Here's another video. Correct or no? Nothing gets by you. Though he's doing a good job cleaning the inside and outside of the garbage container, he's doing it in a food prep area. Never clean garbage containers near prep or food storage areas. Video 3. Good garbage handling skills? Yes or no? That's right. Don't leave garbage in a prep area until it's about to overflow. You need to remove it as quickly as possible. Last one for this section. Did they handle the garbage correctly? While his garbage handling skills were fine, here's the first one.
Oh, please. Let's all know for this.
Did the person handle the garbage correctly? Good, you saw it too. When he touched the prep table with the garbage bag, he contaminated it. Be careful not to touch any food or surfaces when removing garbage. Here's another video. Correct or no? Nothing gets by you. Though he's doing a good job cleaning the inside and outside of the garbage container, he's doing it in a food prep area. Never clean garbage containers near prep or food storage areas. Video 3. Good garbage handling skills? Yes or no? That's right. Don't leave garbage in a prep area until it's about to overflow. You need to remove it as quickly as possible. Last one for this section. Did they handle the garbage correctly? You're right. What was wrong? He didn't close the dumpster lid. Always close the lids on outdoor containers and keep indoor containers covered when they're not being used.
Are you ready for some momentous news? We've reached the last topic for this section, spotting pests.
Yeah, explain, well, that's the last section. Last section is the knowledge clock.
Take a second to breathe it in.
Pests. They carry pathogens that can make people sick. Insect parts can even be a source of physical contamination. In other words, they can fall into the food. Blech. That's why it's important to keep an eye out for any signs of pests. What kind of signs? Droppings, nests, and damage to products, packaging, or the facility. And get your manager if you see any of these things.
All right, a few overall review questions about cleaning and sanitizing, and you're all done. Yes, all done. What is true of surfaces that touch food? What is true of surfaces that touch food? Well, that's half of it. What is true of surfaces that touch food? Oh, what is true of surfaces that touch food? That's the one. Surfaces that touch food must be cleaned and sanitized. What's the first step when cleaning and sanitizing a surface? Soft. What's the first step when cleaning and sanitizing a surface? Yes, before washing, rinsing, or sanitizing, you need to scrape or remove excess food. After how many hours of constant use must the surface that comes into contact with food be cleaned and sanitized? Actually, after how many hours of constant use must the surface that comes into contact with food be cleaned and sanitized? After how many hours of constant use must the surface that comes into contact with food be cleaned and sanitized? Close. After how many hours of constant use must the surface that comes into contact with food be cleaned and sanitized? Yes, exactly right. Food contact surfaces must be cleaned and sanitized after 4 hours if the items have been in constant use. What is the final step when cleaning and sanitizing in the 3-compartment sink? I think, what is the final step when cleaning and sanitizing in the 3-compartment sink? Not, what is the final step when cleaning and sanitizing in the 3-compartment sink? That's it. Air drying is the final step when cleaning and sanitizing in the 3-compartment sink. What should you do before washing items in a dishwasher? No? What should you do before washing items in a dishwasher? Actually, what should you do before washing items in a dishwasher? Nope. What should you do before washing items in a dishwasher? You got it. Before washing items in a dishwasher, you have to scrape, rinse, or soak them. Which of these is a correct practice when handling garbage? Which of these is a correct practice when handling garbage? Well, which of these is a correct practice when handling garbage? Yep, you always want to remove garbage from prep areas as quickly as possible. What 2 types of contamination can be caused by pests? What 2 types of contamination can be caused by pests? You're halfway. What 2 types of contamination can be caused by pests? Right you are. Pests can be a source of physical contamination, and they carry pathogens, which are a biological contaminant. Yes. You did it. You got through all 5 modules. The only thing left to do is take the test. And then you have permission to turn off your brain for a bit. Just for a bit though, because hopefully by now you realize that keeping people safe from foodborne illness is a big job. And now you have the knowledge to do it, which, as we all know, is half the battle. The rest is up to you. Here are the next steps you need to take.
Okay, I'm gonna still live stream it, so. Loop this. Yeah, space that my five. Food. Dot. My Chromebook. Not likely doing it from the beginning, but I did. Plug it in. My Chromebook. Okay, so Jeez. I'm cleaning as much as I can. So. Oh, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. And it's this. Yeah, I don't have mail open, so my mailbox is closed. Like it'll be lighting up if it's open. Big, 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 big problem. Big problem or what? No problem. At 20. Ready? 30, 40, 50. Only 30 more questions. Come on. And then I'm done. And then I'm done with this. I can move on to the next step. You kidding me? Go. Come on, come on. I what is it? I don't know. Ah. Next. Ah. Sit. Come on. Twenty more questions to go. Yay. Uh, going to get food after this. Then go of this. So talking live stream is it led me to this. So the whole entire course led me to this. So it's like, oh, try to take a test or a quiz or whatever. So it's included. Yeah. Michelle Obama, blah blah blah. Oh, Mr. Barack Obama was actually president. I didn't know that about Michelle Obama though. Like she like I just want done with this. Next. Ah. 20 more. Making it. Doing it. Pretty good, yeah, pretty good, pretty good. Yeah. Whatever. Alright. Come on. There's my question answer. This. I'm doing that. It's like non-stop. Like, oh, reload, 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 reload. No, it's non-stop. I just have to get this done. Absolute non-stop. Come on, wait. Wait. I'm gonna exit because I'm going to redo it. I have to delete that after that one. Oh, it's a wood exit. Uh, uh, Choo choo. 5 1 left. Now I'm done. It's been one hell of a quiz, of assessment. Uh, Oh dear. Question, I'm done. That's assessment review. Come on. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. No. Yeah, yeah, okay. No. No, nope, I'm not seeing any highlights. Okay, so I'm all good to finish. Oh, God. There it is. Dun, dun, dun. Woohoo. Okay. That doesn't count if the teacher wants it, so I'm done. Let's see. Just go. Click on this. Online. Next. 92% score. I got over 90. Whew. I should probably look up the answers, but whatever. I just went over what is on the quiz, so minus what is on the quizzes. So that's basically what's reflected on.